Welcome. Welcome. That is mostly for the YouTube audience, since I don't think there's anyone here yet. So in this stream, the primary object will be to automate a couple of things that we need for the later game parts. And I was thinking that the first recipe we should look into would be the circuit boards. Now I do have this container here, and I think we should empty that and have a line. These aren't going anywhere. These are the crystal oscillator recipe or manufacturers. I suppose I could change that recipe with the alternate one, but that is not in the here and now. I would have to automate AI limiters, which, if possible, I would like to automate those as well. But for now, I think the circuit boards are the most important thing. So what I have to do is move the stuff that is in this container somewhere else. Let's see here. Storage container. I need to clean up my inventory too. Got way too much stuff in here that I don't need to have. I should also make a couple more of the medicinal inhalers, but not yet. I'm absolutely certain there's a cave in here somewhere, because every time I go here I can hear things. But the transparent rocks do not show anything. Bit funky that you can look through the mountain. Well, there is something down there. That sound is definitely a spitter. I'm going to have to go find that thing, because it's been annoying me for, let's see, all of the 380, almost 8 hours I've been playing. Every time I've gone past that mountainside, I've been hearing those noises. Hello, Phasian. I am happy to be a sleep aid. Funny story, that's actually why I started YouTubing myself. Because due to my own mental health issues, I needed something in the background when I was trying to sleep. Which is ironically how I found Catherine's channel, because she's very soothing to listen to when she does videos. So I ended up starting with YouTube myself. Welcome back to both Pete and Dark Rogue, and thank you for the welcome back as well. So I have discerned that there is a cave in here. There must be a cave in here, because I'm hearing spitters. So I'm going to try to figure out where that cave entrance is so I can get rid of those noises. But first we can go up here, because I remember there were spitters here, but I have killed them. There were actually 2 of them. Welcome, Malarian. Pleasure to have you here. We are going to go check out the cave that Malarian pointed out to me as well. The goal of the episode, however, is to automate the circuit boards and potentially AI limiters. I don't know yet. Depends on how much time we get. Oh, my apologies. I shall not mention the name Malarian again. Ah, great. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Yeah, the other recipe used to be the best one, but when they did the rebalancing in update 3 or 3.5, I do not remember which one. It was one of those updates that was a rebalance of many of those alternate recipes, and that kind of changed the requirements in terms of how many screws you would need for the whatever its face's name is, because I can't remember. That's how long since I've been using it that I actually don't remember the name of the recipe, because I always used to use that recipe. Hey, listen here, there is definitely something here. I'm pretty sure that it's not hidden behind these. Nope. Yeah, because the sounds are annoying me. However pathetic a reason that might be. And I'm absolutely certain there is something there. The question is, where the heck is the entrance? I wonder if there's a map site of those kinds of things, but because this is not a cave that was added in update 3.5, or 4, that I know. Because those sounds have been there all the time. Rats in the walls. Yeah, well, if rats make spitter noises. I'm not sure if they do. I know that there are something on the top here. Maybe the game is making some kind of voice casting from the top of the mountain. Because I didn't bother killing them when I saw them up there. What was that? Oh, copper. Well, that could be it. What do you know? I found them. Hello. Now you die. Ha! I passed a blowable block. Where? Up there? Or in there? Just before I found the cave. Okay, so it must have been up there. Okay, we'll go up there again then. It wouldn't surprise me if they had added sounds just to make players go bonkers. Just before I found the cave. Quartz. I can't see any. No, I'm not sure where that would have been. And I haven't been up here. It was an outcrop. Okay, okay. Well, I've dealt with those sounds now. There are things up there as well, together with a sphere. No worries. That's part of the fun with streaming. People help you see things, and sometimes they don't see the same things or the right things, but that's how it is. Okay, so the cave Malarian was talking about earlier. Let's go have a look at that too. I probably should have brought a car. And again, driving in the Dune Desert, it isn't all that much more efficient to have a car than it is to just be walking, to be honest. So much bouncing around, landing on the cage instead of the wheels. This is a very interesting location for a water resource well. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I remember this one. I've actually been down here sometime in the series. I remember now. That was the first time I realized that there are actually climbable vines in the game, because you can climb like splash. This functions like a ladder. So I've already been down here. I don't remember what was down here, to be honest. Probably just another Mercer sphere or something. But I've definitely been down here. More spitters. Not like what? Yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys alone. You can have your spit party in peace. I wonder how much latency is there to the chat. When you hear this, type 1. Okay, so it's not that bad actually. I've set it to be... Okay, so does that mean that you guys hear me at different times? That could be. I guess it depends on your download speeds as well. I've set the setting on Twitch to be what the heck was that? Well, that must be one of those phasing belt stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I've set, anyways, I've set that setting in the Twitch settings to be the lowest latency possible for the chat, direct interaction or something like that. Just to make sure that, I mean, I can see that it could be useful for someone who's running an audience of hundreds, maybe thousands. Yeah, I thus the follower goal, because if I can get those final followers, the number is wrong though. No, it isn't. I can get affiliate, which will enable me to let you guys actually pick your own speed. It's a bit weird that Twitch doesn't have that. I mean, if I was streaming on YouTube, you could even be watching me in 360p if you wanted to, so I don't know why they've chosen to do that, but I guess it's kind of an incentive to make people stream often, which benefits them as well. I'm not bothered by that particular bit, though. Enables transcoding, yes. It's kind of weird to me that they've put that behind a gate. But it's fine. I need more motors, but I don't think I'm going... No, I need more steel pipes as well, so I'm going to jump on over to the mall quickly. Yeah, it doesn't... That's a difference between Twitch and YouTube. It wouldn't have mattered how many subscribers or viewers I had on YouTube. It transcodes regardless. But it doesn't have the same features for streaming that Twitch does. They are slowly getting there, though. I think Google is trying to make YouTube competitor to Twitch. You have a point there, but then again, Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I don't think Amazon has any monetary issues, at least not that I'm aware of. Take 4 of those. And motors was the other thing I desired. Grab 2 stacks of those. Computers are over at the base. I don't need more. No, you have a point there. You do have a point there. Okay, so I'm just going to leave the stuff that is needed for the crystal oscillator manufacturers down there for now. And maybe look back into that when we get to the point where I might instead use the alternate recipe for the crystal oscillators, because it is, I mean, given the number of rubber that I'm producing, 1200 a minute, this recipe is probably better. Not just probably, it is better, because as I was demonstrating at the end of my last stream, if you build AI limiters, they do require quick wire, but I don't really need that many crystal oscillators. But if I can basically double my output of crystal oscillators by using AI limiters, that's not a bad idea, I think. So this takes 100 quick wire to make 5. And this would take 1.875 at 100% clock speed. And this is one thing that I wish that they would change. Like, if I set the clock speed to that, it would be very nice if the game bothered to update these numbers without having both power and the resources available. It would make life easier. Now, of course, what I can do, I can basically... Those two will obviously be... If I set this to 1 at 53.3333, these would obviously be 1 and 10. That one I am more uncertain about. What do you mean I'm being picky? 13.25 divided by 100 times 53.3333. That is 7.06666 per minute. So what if I doubled it? 1.875 times 2, that is 3.75. Which is interesting. If I wanted to get 3, 1.875 divided by 100 is obviously 0.01875. If I then take 3 and divide that by 0.01875, I get 160. Which means, if I'm doing math correctly, which would be new, I should overclock it to 160% to get 3 per minute. Shush, Peps. You know that quality of life is important, especially for people who have mathematical challenges. 3 should be 160%. Wow, I did math right. Would you look at that? That's the first indeed. Oh, then I know that I can have 3 output per minute at 160%, which would mean that I would need to have 30 quartz crystals, 3 AI limiters, and something bizarre. Times 160, 21. So 160% makes these numbers non-fractioned, interestingly enough. I need to write that down because I'm probably going to forget it. Let's see, crystal oscillators, alt 160% equals 3 per minute. I don't have a habit of rewatching my own content, so indeed I will forget it if I don't jot it down somewhere. But I'm not going to do the AI limiters now, so that is for later. What I'm going to do now is the silicone circuit boards. This is also an inconvenient number. But I don't think I would want to do that. That way is annoying. Question is, how many circuit boards do I need? Do I need many of them? Manufacturer. No. If I'm going to do the Caterium computer, I am going to need many of them. I'm going to need a ton of them. What do you mean fingers in one hand? Don't you mean tentacles? Oh boy, I'm going to need very many quickfire if I'm going to do this. More quickfire than I have. I will get back to that later, I think. But the point that I was trying to make is that I'm going to need many circuit boards. So for each of these Caterium computer... Yeah, no, it's not just time to expand it, it's time to build more of them. But I don't need to do that right away. Big question is how many of these I'm going to need. I assume that that is going to end up at 30, 30 to 15. Yes, no, 33. So 33, 33 to 15. How many copper sheets am I making? I am making way too few, as a matter of fact. Isn't there an alternate recipe for copper sheets that would be very beneficial in the refinery? Steamed copper sheet, 22.5 per minute. As compared to 10 per minute, 20 ingots, 22.5. Yeah, that one is definitely beneficial. But it would have to be done out at the refinery, which would not be ideal. It's a good thing that my audience on YouTube can go watch these stream videos, because I'm definitely not going to be ready with an episode 3 for tomorrow, because this is going to require a great deal of planning on my end. So there's probably going to be more streams than there's going to be actual episode content currently. Interactive map, thank you, and I would like to be in the realistic map by Kale. Okay. I need to find copper. Resource nodes, pure copper nodes. There are 12 of those in the world. There is one down there. And there is one over there. Oh, and there's a pure Caterium node out there. That's also very useful. But this is definitely one of those points where I should change these to iron wire. Considering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pure iron nodes. Versus 1, 2 pure copper nodes in the area here. And until I get the drones, I really do not want to mess around with more. No, sorry, I'm having the map on, I don't know, maybe I could do that. Hold on, wait just a minute. I just need to make sure that I'm not, because I have to adjust the stream overlay for that. I can actually put the map into an overlay. That would not be a bad idea. Let me just move a bookmark that shows my name. It's not a horrible thing if someone discovers my name. I'm not that concerned with it, but still. Library marks. Show all bookmarks. And I can put this one in there. Yep. That should work. Do that. Yeah, but it's a very fair point. It's actually a very good idea for me to have the map. So I'm going to, this is going to be a bit weird. Browser. That would be Firefox, since I'm one of those who use that one. No, I can't do it like that. Remove. Yes. Add. What do I want to do that as then? Window capture, that's the one I'm looking for. Firefox. You guys should be seeing Firefox now. But I would like to... I can do it like that. It would be useful for me to be able to just show a part of Firefox. I'm not sure if I can do that. Properties. No. It would have been nice for me to just be able to show the actual map or the actual, because I mean showing all of this up here is kind of unnecessary, if you get my point. Anyhow, so in the area we are, you have iron there, 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 and there, and then you have copper here and here, and there's a Caterium node there. All of these are pure. Now there might be more, yeah, there are a couple of more normal nodes, which they aren't horrible in terms of overclocking with a Mark III miner, but moving to iron wire would probably be a better idea, because I think there's a lot of normal iron nodes as well, and I'm not even bothering with the impure ones. Those are generally not interesting. But the copper node is out at the I'm smelting copper out here. Yeah, because there's a pure copper node there as well. So I can take those two copper nodes and I can make a smelting outpost for copper down there. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Because I need more copper. I can fiddle with the overlay thing and try to get it to show the desired parts of Firefox instead of the entire window after stream. Do I have enough of stuff? Probably not. Now, did I forget the Explorer out at the... Yes. Yes, I did. I'm going to have to go pick it up. Now, of course, I could just build another one, but I think they need beacons. I haven't automated those yet. Handcrafting beacons shouldn't take that long, but then I would have to go pick up fuel, and yeah. And I get to stretch while driving the train. Oh, thank you, Dark. Sorry, I didn't see that because I was busy looking at the browser instead. Yeah, adding just water and you get that much more copper sheets. It's definitely a superior recipe to the I guess basic one, default one, something one. You always spam the H in the name of Cthulhu. Not sure if that is heresy or not. Then again, Cthulhu probably thinks it's fine. Can never have enough H's. Which begs the question, maybe I should have changed my nick to Caledorn. Nobody would be able to pronounce it. You can go back to base. Bye. Cthulhu doesn't mind speech impediments. We are all equally as worthless to the Dark One. Well, it depends on the version of Cthulhu. The version of Cthulhu that I like to follow is a bit nicer than the other guy. Yeah, the downside with the steamed copper sheets recipe is the space. And before update 4, another downside of it was you had to add water. I mean, it's nice and dandy that the author of the recipe analysis said just add water, but honestly, it's not just, or at least it didn't used to be just add water, unless you didn't mind your water pumping facilities to look messy. Now you have snapping, which means that I can build semi-straight line pipes with water, which helps. Driving in this terrain is a nightmare, by the way. Yep. Proving my points here. These bone balls or whatever they are. I don't know. They are... Yeah. Yay. Ooh, I didn't expect that. I was expecting to have to go out and chop down the tree. Yes, this definitely shows my skill at driving. Oh, for crying out loud. What am I hitting now, then? Oh, there's a rock there. Mm-hmm. Come on, car. You can do it. Thank you. This is limestone. I don't need limestone. That looks like copper. But I think this is a normal one. Yes. Hello? Ah, there you are. Can I help you? Guess not. Yeah, that's something that I needed. Where is my copper outpost? It's over there, isn't it? There it is. Yeah, I don't understand why the nodes are always protected by spitters and fluffy-tailed hogs. I mean, what the heck do they need the resources for? They're trying to build a factory of their own? That poison field does not look too promising. Because that's the direction the copper is in, as far as I could tell from the map. But it looks as if they are protecting that slug. This is too far away. I can see limestone, I can see iron, and I can see copper. No, now that you mention it, except for me, they do seem to consider me a tasty treat. Haha! Okay, so we can very easily get the copper from here and down there. Is that a pure iron node? Yes, so I cannot just build on that. Because I can't waste a pure node. That would be heresy. So the copper belt could come down here. This is slightly inconvenient. I don't want it to go down there. The smelters are over there. That was a bizarre music change. I believe there is another node here. There's a limestone node down there. What are you doing? You're mining coal. And you are mining coal? And I'm mining copper down there. That too should be a pure node. How much? 240. Well. Boom. That's better. That does require a fair bit amount more smelters. And a bit better belts. So if I can have 1800 from 3 nodes, that's gonna be I don't need 1800. Do I? No, 800 times 2 is 1600, so I need 1560. That means that I can set each of the copper nodes to 520. If that takes it below 200%, I will be very happy, but it doesn't. Well, that's fine. But of course the best way to get the copper down there is going to be through here. And that will interfere with the iron node. Okay, Pete, you have a good night and sleep well, and I hope to see you again soon. Let's try this. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you for being here with us. It's funny to think that I was worried about... No, we do not know. In fact, I think they have confirmed that there will be Mark 6 belts somewhere. But I don't remember exactly where I saw or read that information. So take it with a grain of salt, please. I just need a sip of water. Okay, Mark II miner. Okay, so we don't need these. Okay, does any of those float midair? No, they don't. That's good. I also think we want to have a ramp. But I still want to be able to drive here, so let's make that turn. Love that new E-menu. There we go. I can hear a spitter somewhere. Good evening, Addicted to Capping. I am doing quite well, thank you. Enjoying the day immensely, trying to figure out all of the ratios and other stuff that we need, realizing that I'm not going to be able to have an episode number 3 for tomorrow, but then again, I am uploading the streams to YouTube so people can watch stuff even if I am not making the shorter version episodes. That's good at least. Yeah, we need belt Mark 5. That... I guess I could avoid the iron node by making this... So... that one is there, which is actually perfect. Let's go over to the other side. Well, actually, let's go to the other side in a different way. Oh, how I miss smart foundations. Where is that spitter? It's very close. It's probably up there. I'm almost positive. Hello. Have a second monitor, congratulations. That is very useful to have. Speaking of which, I should put this there so that I can see that. There we go. Okay, so if I do this, that's not going to be much good. The smelters are down there. What purity is that limestone node? It's very unlikely that I'm going to need it, but it is pure. Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone then. Yeah, the splitters mergers thing facing has been interesting. I hope that they improve that as quickly as possible. As I mentioned in my episode 2 on YouTube today, that if anyone from Coffee Stain Studios is watching that video, I beg them to please fix that. But expecting that someone from their studios would bother to watch content on my channel, it has happened once since they actually retweeted my pipe tutorial. Yeah, exactly, working as intended, not a bug. It wouldn't surprise me the slightest if that is exactly what they were saying. Okay, so if I then put a lift here, and the belt into that, and we have a functioning way for the copper, but we need another foundation or two under there to make things look somewhat logical. Probably do this as well. Okay, so it's there on the grate or grill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I want to place it here? That's the question. Probably not. I probably want to place it here. You have to have... this is really bizarre. You have to have a UK English keyboard layout. Do not ask me why. I have no idea why. So basically what I did was I went into the keyboard layout options in Windows and added the UK keyboard layout for this sole purpose. Because I haven't heard anyone with an American layout being able to do open the console either, and it's weird to me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the thing is, if you have a UK keyboard layout, what you do is you press Control-Shift-L, and then you press the on the UK key, that on the UK keyboard, that would be the tilde key, I think. The key that is above tab, up to the left of 1. But for some reason, it only works on the UK keyboard layout. It beats me. And in other Unreal games, I do not have to switch to a UK keyboard layout to open the console. It works regardless. Now I'm pressing that key. I'm on a Norwegian keyboard layout. If I switch, then I open the console. You can click it once to just get the line down at the bottom, or you can click it twice to get the full thing. The command is r.fog and 0 or disabled, whatever You can also, if you've done it once in a save game, the next time you open it, you can just click arrow up. And it remembers the last command that you did. So... And Control-Shift-L is for enabling debug mode or something like that in Unreal Engine. Wouldn't be an episode or stream of Satisfactory if you didn't get Counting with Caledorn. No, would it? It wouldn't. I agree. I don't think that's ever happened. Okay, so how did that end up? Not in the most ideal position, but then again, I am very unlikely to bother driving a car in there anyways, so that's fine. I would also like to have, if we can't get more body slots, I would very much like to have a key to toggle whatever I have as equipment. At least I don't count the foundations. You would like... Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I agree. That would be absolutely delicious. I haven't found a way to deselect something when you do mass dismantling, which is why I'm very careful with mass dismantling. I usually do not, when I did mass dismantle, I usually do not hold down control. Because I cannot deselect it. So usually I will tap control when I'm targeting something to ensure that I'm just deconstructing the bits that I want to deconstruct. One more. One thing that they did add that is really pleasant though is the concrete foundation size. Concrete foundation size, well done. The concrete inventory stack size, that's better. And I realized that when I built that copper outpost, I did not build it on the same grid as... Well, no, wait. The problem is not the outpost, the problem is what I did over there. That is not on the same grid as these. Because I believe these are on the same grid as the base. Yes. To those of you who are familiar enough with the game to know, that would mean that I had built foundations all the way from the base out here to get them on the same grid. Yes, I was that crazy when I built this area. But I'm not going to be that crazy now. As in, I'm not going to take the foundations from there and go back and deconstruct all of these. This is going to be fine. The copper is going to come down. I think one more. It can come down there. And... Thank you, Groundbuster. Have a very pleasant dinner. I'll probably be here for an hour or two more. Although I need to go attend to my eyes, because they are getting annoyed. But I'll go over to the copper mine first. So, I shall be standing here. And you guys can enjoy the lovely view of the desert while I am away. so I will not use the pause screen. I'll just let you look at the desert. So be right back.
My nondescript facial appendages quiver with anticipation every time I see you.
Well then, hello there. Thank you for the raid.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you so much, Bold. And hello, everyone. I was just on my way to
Not all who wander are
to get
lost.
I need to moisturize my eyes with artificial tears because they're getting dry.
Not all who
Wow.
wander
Okay.
are lost.
That's a bit overwhelming. So
Not
Right.
all who wander are lost.
wow. Let's see here.
Not all who wander are lost.
So what were you playing, Bold? Pionodons?
Not all who wander are lost.
I'm noticing that. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit overwhelmed currently, as you might probably hear. Oh, you did Evil Genius 2 and Satisfactory. Yeah, I want to do Evil Genius 2, but I'm a bit miffed with their you cannot do more than so and so much content right now, so I thought that I'd just wait until the game launches so that I can just play it, because it's kind of the game that I'm going to play a lot since I loved Evil Genius 1. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, then maybe they actually tested out first to make sure that people could get to that point. But the limitation on the VOD is kind of... I haven't seen that kind of an embargo clause before. Not that I'm criticizing it, it's just like, it's kind of... Oh, okay, that's a new one. I don't think they'll mind that. Okay, I'm gonna go do that thing that I need to do with the dripping my eyes with the artificial tears, and I will be back in like 2 minutes. So be right back. And back. So, what I'm doing here is basically getting more copper, because I need to make more copper sheets. So I'm going to tap 2 more pure nodes out here in this area, and I'm going to do the smelting down there and just belt in 2 belts Mark 5 to the base over there, and then I will have to belt that further out to the refinery area, where I'm going to make steamed copper sheets. Also, for everyone who's new in the stream, I'm the one who is new. by the way. I just started streaming on Twitch yesterday, so I'm not too familiar or used to... I've been watching lots of streamers, of course, and I'm also part of Red Circuit, which you will also find Bold Viking and Hapolas and Wally, hello Wally, in Red Circuit, Zeely's in Red Circuit, and so forth. But I'm an affiliate with them as of yet. But you'll have to bear with me when it comes to things like streamer lingo and things like that. Not all of it is too familiar to me as of yet. That's what I'm counting on, that it will come with time. I did not mean to place that there. You still have no clue why everybody is still poggers all the time. No, that makes two of us. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5. Oh, that's useful. Just have fun. Yeah, that is the most important part. And as I was telling people, this is something that I've chosen to be very open about. I have been doing YouTube for... Is it 3 years now? 2 years? No. Age is just a number, Wally. So... yeah, as I was saying, I have been doing YouTube for at least 2. I think it's 3 years that I've been doing YouTube, and I have anxiety, so that means that occasionally I need to be able to quickly take breaks. And I haven't been doing streaming because I have been afraid of having to leave abruptly from a stream. So then I decided that, well, maybe I can try. And then I tried yesterday and suddenly 3.5 hours had gone by. And now I lost count. And today I also streamed for 4 hours earlier. 4, 5. Really? Am I that lucky? Wow. That's nice. So I've actually am enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. Which is nice. It is a bit different, though. I mean, when I started out with YouTube, I was also reticent about that. Because, you know, there are people listening to you, watching what you're doing, and so forth, and... but that didn't take too long for me to overcome. But streaming is different in terms of being live. Some people even eat on stream, and some of them scream like a Viking at the pizza delivery guy. Poor pizza delivery guy. Yeah, no, I'm wondering too. I do have a pause thingy. It's not like the professional things with all of those nice animations and stuff, but if I need to go abruptly, I can always just do this. And then do this when I get back, so I at least I have that, and that's a good thing. And there's usually people around that would be able to explain if I had to go, like, suddenly, if that screen just appeared. That's actually a interesting concept there. Anxiety is like fighting inner demons. Although I should be fair and say that my anxiety is actually pretty light compared to many other. Well, rather, it's not that it's light; it's that I've learned to live with it. I've had good assistance from mental health professionals, and that has been very beneficial, to put it mildly. So I've learned to accept my limitations. But I like that. I like that analog or metaphor, because sometimes when your brain is going all bonkers over some bizarre thing, it's like one example is I have a tendency to try to understand things. And there are certain things that you just can't understand. So I've had periods in my life where I've actively had to not... Yeah, you have a point there, Phasian. Where I actively had to not look at things like space science and things like that, because if you try to understand the magnitude of things, even if I know that I can't understand, like, what's the concept of the size of a planet or a light years and stuff like that. It's like, no, you can't understand that, period. But then this is no longer something that is an issue for me, but it used to be an issue for me. Then my brain would go into some kind of loop where it would try to understand it, and that would just make this horrible knot in my stomach. And no, brain reboot. But indeed, accepting that there are many things in the universe, world, that we cannot understand is definitely a good key to accepting or understanding or living with at least the kind of anxiety that I have had. I think anxiety often has to do with a need for control. Scared to get into streaming. Tried it a little bit the other day. Just worried what people would think of your voice. Well, yeah, Bold has a good point there. Trolls are easy. Troll them back. Ask a friend to come help you do moderation. There's... obviously, you will encounter them. I mean, I've had trolls on YouTube, and I fully expect that I will have trolls here on Twitch as well. But I'm not too worried about that. The other things you mentioned... that people will judge no matter what. Whack a troll. I love that. Whack a troll. I mean, I'm speaking as an unexperienced streamer, but I have years of experience with YouTube. I have more than 1,000 videos on YouTube, and there's plenty of trolls that have appeared in my comment sections over the years. Mostly I ignore them, but if they go too far, I just report them, and that automatically deletes the comment. And it's... That's true. I'm used to trolls because I have this great moderation team. And by the way, Wally, the Nomad probe on Star Trek? I feel embarrassed that that is lost on me, especially if it's not in the original series. Yeah, I think you have a good point there, Bold. Trolls are usually indeed envious of whatever they don't have themselves. Okay, then I'm not embarrassed anymore because I haven't watched the original series. Because I can't stand William Shatner. Not that he's a bad guy or anything, I just don't like him. Or rather, I don't like his overacting, which I know was necessary at the time because they had very limited budgets and so forth, but it's very cringy. I think that I might need to raise this thing because that one rock is going to annoy me. And I realize just how much I miss the Smart Foundations mod as I'm building things now because, yay. Well, according to some of my friends who enjoy the movies with Shatner, those are among the best Star Trek movies, apparently. But I haven't been able to make myself watch them either. Like, what is movie number 3, 4, and 5 or something? Do I want that to come down there, or do I want it to come down here? I'm going to try to ignore that rock. I can do that if I do this. Come on. Avoid odd-numbered Star Trek, or the original series Star Trek movies. Well, I'm avoiding all of them, to be honest. Patrick Stewart, perfect, brilliant. What's the name of the guy who plays Cisco? I don't remember his name. He's a bit of an overactor as well. Avery. Avery something. Avery Brooks. That's his name. And of course, Kate Mulgrew, who is my favorite actor. Captain Janeway. Why am I trying to build a miner? I'm on Team Janeway as well. There's coffee in that nebula. Archer was good as well. Smelter. Now, do I want the ore to come? Yeah, I probably do. Doesn't really matter that much anyways. Why do I keep clicking the miner? I want a smelter. And I don't want it to be too close, and yet I need one space in between here. That will work. But it's in the wrong location. Of course, it's in the wrong location. That's better. I've actually yet to see Patrick Stewart be bad in something, but I haven't watched everything that he's done. And also, I'm not much of a theatre person, so... But Patrick Stewart and those interviews with Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen, it's just so... they make such a great team. Now I need to do counting again, or calculating. 520 divided by 30 is 17.3333. Well, that doesn't help me very much. 520 times 3, 1560 divided by 30 is 52. So I need 52 smelters. I also miss permaday. I haven't unlocked the floodlights yet, but I asked Wally about that yesterday, and they do give off a certain amount of that glare that the flashlight does as well, which is not ideal. How can I make that into something sensible? 52 times 6 is not sensible. 52 times 4 is 13. Okay, so I can make 4 lines of 13. Or you can change the lights of the color of the floodlights. Well, Patrick Stewart and Maggie Smith, that would be one heck of a movie. Oh. Yep, you're... You know me too well, Peps. The reason I use yellow so much, or golden, is because it's a warm color, which is pleasing for my eyes. So... who was that? Big Clive, I think? Funny Scotsman, or rather Isle of Man's man, who is doing random electronic teardown, or electric and electronic teardown videos on YouTube. He had a poll on his YouTube video, or in his YouTube channel, where he asked about eye color and whether people were living in the northern or the southern, or how close people were living to the poles. And apparently people with brown eyes. How was that? It was something about brown eyes, whereas were also green eyes, and I have green eyes. They have a tendency, if they live in the colder climates like I do up in Norway, warmer lights is more appealing or pleasant to look at. I need to move this further out. Blue lights really do not sit well with me, which is why when I alt-tab you will see this flicker, because I'm using F-Lux. I'm evil because I have green eyes. You missed me there. Is this some kind of old myth? Like witches who don't sink to the bottom needs to be burnt or something? It got replaced with a piece of bedrock. That's the right way, yes, yes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You're just drawing conclusions. Okay, well, sure. If we can go with green eyes being evil. So 26 of these should then equal one belt of 780. Perfect. Right, let's see here. Okay, so what we need then is splitters in the middle. Probably already draw those at some kind of height. Ah, the randomness of those arrows. That works for me. When the randomness decides that the red arrows go the right way, I'm happy. Thank you, Addicted. I can do more Norwegian counting as well. And that was a mistake. Let me put that back. Because I need to know where the other side is going to be, and that's going to be there. That should give me... Yep. Good. Now I don't need to count though, because now I know, well, if I place it correctly. Okay, that's one thing that I missed from Dyson Sphere program already. When you use the deconstruction thing and you right click, you go back to the thing that you're constructing. That would be nice here as well. Norwegian calculating, yeah, sure, I can do that as well. So I have one line there. I'm going to have to do some creative splitting and merging here to get three belts of 520 together. Where's that other node? Well, there might be people here who understand Norwegian. I'm not sure where Bold Viking is from, but based on the nick, he might be either Norwegian, Swedish, or Danish. Of course, if it's Danish, well, the problem with the Danish counting is usually that nobody else understands it. But this one is normal. I think it's the experimental version. There's a lot of strange things. You were here earlier, weren't you, when I was driving near the aluminium outpost and those temporary textures of the aluminium casings made all kinds of bizarre things? Okay, I'm gonna actually use this for a change. Gold is from all over the place. Oh, that works. Yeah, you... You run. I don't care. Okay, so the other node is here. A German Viking. Maybe he was one of the... Or maybe he's... No. A descendant. Not a predecessor, that would be weird. A descendant of the Varangians. The Vikings who went all the way down to Miklagard. As we, for some reason, called Constantinople. Yeah, no, the casings, they absolutely... I'm going to be massively surprised if they don't change those. Okay, I might as well pull the foundations out from the smelting area. We just have to play with this guy first. Hello. You don't want to play anymore? I do. Okay, so this is a pure node. That's also a node that I shouldn't touch. But I think that that foundation is on... Yeah, it is on the same grid. Let's not make that mistake. That mistake being belting in on that same grid. You forgot to take off the fake Maximilian scars. I can imagine you got some funny looks. Why is the game stuttering? Okay, is that going to interfere with the iron node? No, I'm tapping the pure nodes, but since this is a pure node and that's not going to work, I am going to tap this at some point. And I don't want to have to do a major thing if or when I need to tap this thing. So I think we'll build around it. What do you mean you don't have much choice in the Dune Desert? There are pure nodes all over the place here. It's one of the richest areas for pure nodes, actually. The annoying thing with the Dune Desert is not the node density or richness. The annoying thing with the Dune Desert is the terrain itself, which leaves all kinds of interesting challenges. Ah, okay. Well, now there's a lot of them here, actually. Like, let me see here. Let me pull that back here. I haven't fiddled with the map or the overlay setting yet, but I can do this, and you can see there's... So this is the base, this is the refinery area, and you have pure. You see they're basically... There's a lot of them in this area. There are a couple of normal nodes, but I'm only showing the pure nodes now, aside from the normal coal. So early energy production is definitely challenging in the Dune Desert, and so I agree the alternate recipes, because you have these two pure coal nodes, but they are far enough away from water that what I chose to do was to drag the coal in and build the coal power in this area here. But I've seen that many people build the power plants on that beach. I seem to recall that this beach was fairly popular for coal power for the Dune Desert, and they just drag the power lines up. Which I guess makes sense. I don't know if this part here is considered part of the Dune Desert, because it's more like a savanna kind of thing, but I haven't really bothered to find out if it has a different name. My main gripe with the Dune Desert that I have been more than a little bit annoyed with is the terrain itself, especially when you, in the early stages of the game, before you get proper vehicles, when you're driving around with the good old tractor. The tractor doesn't have enough, or it should have enough, based on the fact that it's a tractor, but it doesn't have enough engine power to actually decently get you up some of the dunes, because they are too steep. And that is quite annoying because there are so many of the dunes, and you usually start over in the oasis area, since I guess many people start out here as well, since there is a lot more vegetation here than... If I had known that there is this much more vegetation out here than there is inside of the oasis area, I probably would have built the base here instead. But by the time I discovered that there was that much more vegetation available in this area, I had already built the coal power plant, so vegetation was no longer an issue. And now for the big question. Is this too thick? Yep, it is. I kind of expected that. That's another thing with the Dune Desert that is weird. Sometimes depends a little bit on where the nodes are. Sometimes they are very forgiving in terms of how thick the foundations are. At other times they are anything but forgiving. Like this one is on very flat terrain, and then it has very strict requirements to the thickness of the foundation. But there are some nodes that are on the dunes where the node is like almost 45 degrees angle, and there you can have probably that much of a foundation and you can still place a miner. That looks good. Where? There. Set this to 520. Then we can remove those two because I need these to go up here. So this won't snap, so we'll get a squiggle here. I'm gonna go to the middle. 1, 2. Actually, that's not going to be very helpful, I think. Since I have half a foundation. Or maybe it will work. Yeah, it will. Boom. There. And then we have to place a lift here. Maybe it is. Looks very straight to me. Well, okay, there's a slight curve, but barely noticeable. Okay, now we get to the counting part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably don't need that one. They did add more hard drives in update 4 in the Dune Desert area though, so getting hard drives should be a little bit easier now, but there's no way, nowhere, as many languages failing me, there's nowhere as many hard drives available here as in the other zones. You speak slowly, Caledorn. That's the trick. Slowly. And if anyone is wondering why I'm bothering to do this, I'm the kind of builder in Satisfactory who likes things to look logical. So I actually take the time to bother building foundations that way underneath things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Speak slowly and carry a big stick. Although in certain endeavors I did not bother with the is that too far? With the logic foundations, because train lines, no. I gave up on that. Okay, sleep well, Flux. How many ways can I mangle this one? Flux Buexe? Flux Buexe? Let's just say Flux. Sleep well, and thank you for coming to the stream, and I hope to see you again. No, one more. I still want a hotkey to just quickly switch the equipment. This one is not necessary. Hi there, Jonas. There. Is that going to be too far? I wonder. No. Perfect. Fluxbüchse? Büchse, isn't that like a pair of pants? So, in other words, it's a pair of pants that's in a state of flux. I get it. No, I like my interpretation better. And hold on, Büchse is also a gun. Interesting. All the things you learn. Spelled as a K. So you would say Büchse? Just even yeah, it's kind of like one of those moments where you realize how similar Norwegian and German is, of course, both being Germanic languages. Who would have thought that German was a Germanic language? Isn't that a surprise? In Norwegian, a pair of pants is bukse. So, not that different. Should I do this in German then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And another belt piece. Vielen Dank. Oder vielen Dank. Nein. I don't think it's F. Öler? I'm guessing that it's Ö and not Öy. Euler. Oh, yeah, of course, Euler. Oh, that's why I'm not. So, vielen Dank. No, vielen Dank. Diagonal lines. As in, like that. No, it's not triggering anything at all. It's just a preference thing. It doesn't bother me. I don't have any kind of... Thankfully, I have enough with the anxiety issues. Having issues with stuff like that would make things even worse. No, it's just a matter of preference. I just think it looks better. So it's not something that I do because I feel some kind of compulsion to do it like that. And I realized that I could have just gone straight over there. But no, it's just that I think it looks better. So it's kind of been a staple mark for my building style since I started doing Satisfactory on YouTube originally, and I've just stuck with it. Some people like it, some people don't. But as you can see, I'm not like this coal belt, which is now going to be in the way. I don't mind that just snaking through the landscape. So... Is that? No, I think I need one more. Yep. Vielen Dank. Okay. Now I have to think. If I'm going to have 3 belts of 520 each coming in, because this one should also be set at 520, good. So all 3 of them is at 520, and I'm going to split that into 2 separate 780 belts. And I need to make sure that the belts do not overflow. So I need to merge. I need to have one merger in the middle. That takes one of them. Yeah, that's so one merger in the middle. That goes to a splitter. No, sorry, one splitter in the middle. That goes to a merger. And that goes to a merger on the other side. And then this belt comes into that merger and then goes down the line. And the other merger joins up with that one and goes down that line. I actually have to visualize this. If I have this one, that goes to... Yeah, okay. 780. That's why I've clocked these 3 to 520. It's basically having a splitter for the one in the middle, and that splits in two to fill up the other two belts, so that the two belts going down the smelting lines become 780 each. But I'm going to have to tear down this because... or do I? Can I continue this? I might actually be able to continue this. Yep, that should work. But I'm going to have to remove the belts. And this one comes in straight, so that's on par with what I'm doing over there. So I'm going to have to remove that. I don't need to remove these mergers because I can use them as they are. So basically all I have to do after that, I obviously have to upgrade that belt, and I also have to have a secondary belt. But so that's 8 in that row. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They are not on the same alignment, that's fine. I don't need them to be either, so that's not a problem at all. I'm going to reduce my DPI momentarily. The glare. Yes, that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to split one belt into two 260s and then merge them into then two belts that will contain 780. And then run each of those 780 belts down in the middle of these two smelting columns, and then merge up the belts from each side and send that out, or rather in, to the base. And as again, I'm not arguing when it wants to turn it the correct way in its bizarre randomness. That puzzles me. Have a great evening, Bold, and thank you again for the raid. And I will talk to you soon. You wish the splitter were more like Dyson Sphere program. How so, Jonas? Yeah, multiple inputs, multiple outputs. Yeah, that would be nice actually. You do have a fair point there. Yep. That actually brings up a good question. Why did they make separate splitters and mergers in this game? mean, if you want to merge something in Factorio as well, not that I'm a huge fan of comparing these games, but you use splitters for both purposes there as well. Yeah, another thing that I like with the splitters in Dyson Sphere program is the ability to... amount of iron rods. Seriously? I could always deconstruct some of these, but I'm not going to bother with that because I am going to run out of iron rods eventually, so we'll have to have a little drive back to the base. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. The priority... I don't remember exactly right now, but I think you can both prioritize an output and an input on the same splitter, in addition to setting the filters. Yeah, that's... and the fact that you get that early is really useful, but then again, you're dealing, like... mad driving skills here. You're dealing with quantities in Dyson Sphere program that completely dwarfs all of the numbers that I have here in Satisfactory. I mean, in my current series, which is no longer current, it is now former because I completed it, I had 100 and something thousand iron ore being mined. And I'd be very impressed if someone... I don't think it's possible. I don't think there's enough iron. No, yeah, maybe there is. You could. If you overclock every single node, you should be able to get above 100,000 of iron in Satisfactory as well. But I am kind of worried about the frame rate of such a base. Slightly. It depends on the setup. So no, I don't really have a preference. When I'm doing what I'm doing right now out there, it's just easier to have the inputs being in the middle, since I have several sources. Yeah, I have tended to face inputs, but it really depends on what I'm doing. Like, if you're doing ore, I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, because either way you have to split and or merge. So it's a tough question, to be honest, because I knew I need to pick up something more. It does make a difference in the specific build I'm doing now, because all I have to do now is place one merger at the end of the of one of the sides of the smelters. But if I were doing, say, a double-sided setup where I was producing like Alclad then I would probably face the inputs together and have the outputs on the outside. Simply because it's easier in that specific situation to... I don't know. It isn't really easier either. It just feels more logical or whatever. I can more easily recognize if something is backed up if I face the inputs together in such a setup. But to be honest, I think that the decision on whether to do outputs or inputs facing each other is very much depending on the scenario. And how the heck did that happen? And I just make an ad hoc decision from production line to production line. Too bad Wally went lurking, because he could have seen how fun it is to drive in the desert. $1 million gigawatts. That... I don't think that's possible. I have 135 fuel generators burning turbo fuel, and that's generating something around 20,000 megawatts, so 20 gigawatts. Because I think most of that is from the turbo fuel generators, and I have 28 coal generators, and the coal generators each generate 75. I don't think that is possible at all. I don't think there's enough oil in the game, let alone frame rate. One exawatt. You know, I'm not going to try my hand at the differences between Terra, Zeta, Exa, and so forth, because I don't remember. I remember Giga going to Terra, and then Terra going to Peta, I think? I think 1 petabyte is 1,000 terabyte. I need to go to the bathroom quickly, so I shall be back very soon. There we go. And as Wally pointed out to me, I probably should move the chat box so that it doesn't interfere with the equipment slots. Let's see if I put that at not that top 750. Hopefully that looks a little bit better. Oh, the chat disappeared there, but it's just the stream elements overlay that reloaded in OBS. Ah, and it's dark. Now we need to figure out how to do that belt splitting. Which first of all means that I need the copper ore to come in here somewhere. And that height is probably not going to be the ideal one for that. But yeah, I should also maybe finish this. That did align, didn't it? Whenever the mergers decide to not do randomness, I get worried if something's wrong. That's a worthy goal if you win the lottery, Addicted. I like that goal. I don't remember what the maximum size you can get of an SSD is these days. I remember seeing 4 terabytes at an exorbitant price. That was an NVMe drive though. Guess if I come... No, I'd rather build it there, so it's on the foundation. And then the big question is, does that work? Yes, it does. So we shall have to suffer a little bit of clipping here, but I'm not that bothered with clipping on those conveyor poles. And another one. Okay, so then the copper ore coming down from there. We'll have to remove this one. Okay, so that one is the one that is supposed to go out to the splitter. So if we build a splitter for there, and then I can have a merger there. And I can apparently have a merger there as well. Building a belt from there to there is not going to be Yeah, no. Can I get a foundation on top of that, please? Thank you very much. So I need that belt to come here. At that height. And that height. This one. No, I'm doing this the wrong way around, aren't I? This one, no, this one goes to a splitter that splits off. What? I have one input, like it, yeah. I'm getting confused. I'm probably getting tired. That's probably the main problem here now. Upgrade that lift and upgrade the belt. And then that belt goes into there, and that belt goes into there, and we can remove these. Then that belt goes into here, and that one goes into there. Now the question is it possible to get a belt from there? Yes, it is. So all I have to do then is a lift going down. Like that. I did not expect that to be straight. That's a surprise. Then again, I have built the foundations on the northeast, southwest alignment. Like when I built the foundation, or when I build the foundations, I always look at the compass. Oh, I haven't. These are actually wrong. I think. Yep, they are. Interestingly enough. Okay, anyways, enough about alignments. This belt over there needs to come in. 250,000 oil nodes. Yeah. I mean, you can get more oil now with the resource wells, since each of the... well, I haven't tried building them yet. I need to unlock them. But with the new resource wells... Oh, crap. That's going to be the wrong height. Isn't it? Yep. I cannot accept such horrible things. We're going to have to build a lift. Actually, I never do. What I do is maintain the belts at the actual speed needed for the specific purpose. So I still use Mark 1 belts in certain parts of the base. I don't want to connect that up yet, because if I connect that up, I'm going to have ore coming in. So I'm going to remove that bit, and I'm going to remove that bit. And connect up the power to those nodes. Which means I'm going to have to change to the jetpack. Move that. And we'll place these beside the... Oh, come on. You. Well, I could do this belt here easier. It's gonna take too much time, so I'm not going to bother. My tendency to want things to be in straight lines is taking enough time as is, I think. You don't need to add to it. I think that can connect to there. Yep. Let's just see that the ore actually comes. The reason why I don't upgrade all of the belts is because of not too fond of the gaps on the belts. There will obviously be some gaps on this belt since it's producing 520 and not 780. But I have no choice here because there are no belts that transport 520. I like the new music tracks as well. The one with the koto is, I'm pretty sure it is a koto, which is specifically for the desert region, is very nice. Oop. Thank you. Can I do that? Well, I actually didn't mean to copy the power pole. I meant to copy the power line, but I think I would rather... I don't need to do that actually. And I copy that. I don't think this will clip with anything, so... Never mind, it does clip. Does it clip if I place it here? Nope. So we'll take that as our offset. Strange playing Satisfactory again compared to being used to Dyson Sphere program, where setting up a smelting line takes 15 minutes, 20-25 at most, and here I've spent hours setting up 2. That works. But I have forgotten. There's some... oh yes, I've heard that one. That is excellent. I'm not that huge of a fan of metal music, but that one is actually really nice. So there are some metal tracks that I do enjoy. There's a YouTuber who his name is Gavin. Oh, what is the name of the channel again? I posted a link to one of his songs in the music channel in the Discord server. He did. Yeah, Norwegians. The stereotype is that we do prefer death metal. I don't. Death metal is painful to my ears. I have a very varied taste of music, but I don't like that heavy. It just becomes too much noise, too many sounds, and too many. It's like you compress something into something that's supposed to be very intense. So it's kind of rough for me to listen to. Okay, so all I have to do here is connect up those. What is the name of that YouTuber? Hold on, I'd like to find the channel. I can easily figure that out by going to the music channel. Miracle of Sound. That's the channel. He has a fair amount of metal covers on various game soundtracks. But my favorite ones are the more instrumental ones. Like there's a lot of metal bands and rock bands who have excellent instrumental tracks. That doesn't mean that I don't like Nightwish, for instance, but Nightwish is by most people considered lightweight. But if you like covers of game soundtracks, I would highly recommend Miracle of Sound. And also Maluka, of course. He has a collaboration with her on Legends of the Frost, I believe the song is called. And that song gives me the chills. Pun not really intended, but there you go. Nemo by Nightwish and Over the Hills and Far Away. Those two songs are my favorite songs with them. But the old, or I guess the correct word would be the former vocalist in Nightwish, the original one, Tara. She has a collaboration with Mike Oldfield. Mike Oldfield happens to be one of my favorite artists. And her voice is exquisite, and that's something that I've noticed. Singers who sing in metal bands usually have a voice that is very, very suitable for clarity. And yes, Mike Oldfield is the guy who made Tubular Bells. Whereas Tubular Bells 3 is one of my... Why am I building Mark V lifts here? Tubular Bells 3 is one of my favorite tracks or albums from Mike Oldfield. You know what? I should use this more often. And the first thing I do is copy the Or manage to click F. Here is where I would use Mark 1 lifts. Because why spend Alclad on this? They don't transport more than 30 out anyways. Or in, I should say. Okay, and then we need to do the same here. Sabaton I haven't listened to. Or I probably have, but haven't, or don't remember the name. Floor, that's Floor Jansen from the Dutch singer, who also has a pretty magnificent voice, if I'm remembering correctly now. I was supposed to do that, and then this. And I'm pretty sure her name is not pronounced Floor. There we go. Yeah, I agree. Her voice is really, really amazing. That's the only word I can come up with. These are not in the same distance as the other ones, but that's not really an issue because I cannot be bothered moving them. Oh, they are. Actually, interestingly enough. Thank you, autosave. First song I heard with her was a collaboration she had with, I think, Armin van Buuren. But I don't remember the name of it. Even though I listened to a remix of it just the other day. Okay, now we have to take the extraneous splitters and mergers out, which I probably should have done before I placed down the lifts, to be honest, but what's done is done, so I just have to do it this way then. And then the power poles. Speedrunning power pole placement. I might have done this a couple of times before. Then we get to remove the additional mergers on the outside. And I have a gizmo in the window. Gizmo, for the ones of you who are not familiar with what or who Gizmo is, being our cat. There are a couple of pictures of him in the Discord as well. He is a red... or... What is that in English, I wonder? Now I struggle to even remember the Norwegian word for it, so... Sorel. A Sorel Somali. Gizmo, you are not going on the desk. But of course, cuddling the microphone boom seems okay. Or the arm. Maybe not so much cuddling as marking it as his territory. There we go. And then it's a matter of connecting these up together. And I don't really need to use Mark V belts here, but I think that Mark IV would be sufficient on each side, but that... so okay, occasionally I overuse belts. So I stand corrected on my own, what I said earlier. And then this needs to go there, but I don't think that'll be... Oh, it will. Okay. No, that is not correct. That is absolutely not correct. Okay, well, I want it to be, so... That one is on that angle, so then we should place this here. And connect that up to there, and then that goes there, and continues to there, and over there. And then it goes into that. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, so that's one of the belts done. Then we need this one. Oh, come on. Upgrade the old Mark III belts that are here. Okay. So the next thing that needs to be done then is to connect all of this. Well, I need to place down the belts here as well. I'm not sure what I did there, but... Okay, just double checking that all of the belts have been upgraded. Yep, that looks correct. I can remove this one as well. And then we need to merge these. I'll do that on the middle there. Actually, it's probably better if we do it here. Or is it? Doesn't really matter. This is not somewhere I'm gonna go very often anyways. It does matter, doesn't it? No, it doesn't matter, because these are going to be on that height anyways, so basically all I need is this one here, and then connect that up to there, which then goes into there, and that one in there. And that is one of the belts done. Now the question is, can I? And that is something that I should investigate before I connect this up. Whether or not I need that belt to be above. I don't think it matters, but there are some creative dunes every here and there. Like here. Well, if I want to be able to drive underneath, then I have to raise it one level. But raising it one level will create a conflict here, so I would have to raise it 2 levels. And it would be able to continue down the middle here. Is this gonna work? Huh, barely.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you for the follow, Sleeper. But here, we are going to run into a very interesting conundrum. If I have it raised up 2, I'm going to be on the same height as that one. So I'm going to have it raised up 3. But I will again run into an issue over here, as I do not have any more inputs. Okay. How do I fix this? I don't really have more space to run belts here. Suppose I could always run the belt on the outside. Then hook it up. Well, I would have to hook it up on that one. This dune here is going to be... Yeah, I can run the belt on the outside here, and then I can take it down either on that or that one and run it above. But I suspect that I'm going to have a problem here then. Because if I put that there, and then that there, I think that that belt is going to be in the floor? No. Okay. Well, that would actually work. And then I could take it down by a lift and run it above that. Which would cause slight issues with this one. So I would have to make another one. Because I need to transport the copper via this. Oh. Let's just say that I'm very happy that they're adding drones. Or rather, that drones have been added. The thing is, I won't get the drones until after this segment. I need to finish this so that I can unlock the drones eventually. But at least for now, I'm going to have to raise it 2. Yeah, they are supposed to be low throughput, but if you build enough of them, who cares about throughput? Well, I haven't seen the footprint of the... what is it called? The drone platform thing? That's huge, that might be an issue, but it's not like... It's not like I don't have the room for it. The main... It's 3x3, then that... You could build many of them then. The main bottleneck would be battery production, which would or will require sulfuric acid, and sulfur is not exactly the most common resource on the map. Welcome back, Wally. That's a good question. If you can stack them vertically, they are probably going to clip. There's an alternate battery recipe that takes sulfur as in rocks versus acid. Yeah, but sulfur isn't really that rich. It's not... I don't know exactly how many nodes there are within the world, but I think I have 2 nodes here in the desert. Yeah, I think you can get more acid than you can get sulfur, considering you can overclock the resource wells, but then again, you would need the sulfur anyways, mix it with water to get the acid. I would have to look at the recipe. Kind of necessitates the need to actually get the batteries in the first place. Yeah, no, I would have to see the recipe before I could go into that kind of math. By the time I get there, the guy who made the update 3 recipe analysis will probably be done with his analysis. Okay, the other thing that I need to do is power on these. Missing wire. Yay. I wouldn't happen to have a stack of wire here, would I? No, of course I wouldn't. That would be stupid of me, wouldn't it? Well, since you're back, Wally, you've seen this in my episodes on YouTube in the previous series. This is one of my primary gripes with the Dune Desert. All of these ups and downs and flying through the desert. And of course, building trains in the desert is not what I would describe as the most enjoyable experience. So I find that the... Well, that's a good point, actually. Why have an Explorer if you're not going to drive it up and down dunes? I like that point. I find that the main challenge of the Dune Desert is the terrain. I remember when I was planning the base, I can show you before I pick up the wire. When I was planning out this base, I wanted to have the upper level higher than that weird rock outcropping over there that looks like... Oh, why do I miss a foundation here? That's something that would come back and haunt me. So I wanted to build the foundations here higher than that, since that is basically the highest point in the wider area here. But I ended up just building around it instead. One impure, 7 normal, and 3 pure sulfur nodes. Yeah, exactly. So sulfur is not something to be spent frivolously, in other words. Yeah, the Dune Desert, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't regret making my base here now that I have the foundations and everything set up. That said, having the mod for the foundation builder, I strongly recommend waiting until the update is pushed to early access, or at least until the modders are able to get around to implementing the mods in the new Unreal Engine. Otherwise, that's something you might regret, because foundations in the Dune Desert, you need them. Yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I like to keep you at least somewhat sane. I mean, you are occasionally useful to have around. I hope you're feeling better, by the way. You're in a wane. Ah. So it's going up and down. You do not agree on that. Hi there, Ontario. The Explorer is my favorite vehicle in the game. It's very fun to drive, and I'm sure that it has given my audience, which would be you guys, more than one laugh. some craziness. Yeah, I agree with that. But there, you know, there is a time when that craziness becomes on your level of craziness, and I'm not sure that I would like Wally to disappear into a game not being contactable for weeks, maybe even months at a time. Would you disagree? Hence that. I mean, if you talk about crazy, this is crazy. Why I'm building power poles per machine? I've gotten more than one question about that. Let me just address that quickly. It's because of visual styles. I just like the style of it. Nicely done, Caledorn. Nicely done. No clipping. No clipping at all. Of course, there's clipping everywhere inside there, but that we ignore. I know you're contactable after the game, but, you know, occasionally I need Wally for minion work, and then he's recording or something, and I can't talk to him, and it's rough times, man. Rough times. Phew. Now, does this work? Yep. It does. There is just one minor detail. This. I hate this. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Yeah, why don't you do a no belts, no bots challenge in Satisfactory? I don't think that's possible. Would be fun though, to see you try. I mean, you are on the level of crazy enough to, it's a good thing it's one vote out of 3. I like that response, Wally. Well, that said, it could be an interesting thing, but I mean, I have a slight suspicion that after Wally's Mosaic series, I doubt he'd be up for it. I think he had enough train finagling in that series, to be honest. It's just a hunch. Actually, it isn't possible because you need to get the items out of the train stations or the freight platforms, and that requires belts. There is no other way to get it out of the station. It was a fun challenge, though. No recipe selected. Did I do a... Oh, gods. So I apparently copied something somewhere with one of these without a recipe. Now, which one was it? Again, I hope they add the ability to remap these keys, because V and C are beside one another. So it is a little bit too simple to do that mistake. Actually, I can see whether the... No, I can't because of the bug of the belts. Okay, that one and that one. That one is working, that one is working. Okay, so it seems that I got it wrong at the beginning of this line. Okay. Now all of them should show with a green light. Alternatively, a yellow one if they haven't received the product yet. I hope that's the case. Yeah, they have not received ore. And the ore is slowly coming in. You got a point there. If you want to handcraft your way to the end of the game, be my guest. That would be a whole different level of crazy, though. Why are these not receiving... Okay, it's because of the manifold. And I'm kind of dreading the part where I have to find out how on earth I'm going to route this belt in the base. Kelsey, welcome. And there. And there. Now, I've understood that in the Twitch world, it is perfectly okay to do the thing that I am very uncomfortable with doing on YouTube, which is ask people to remember to click the follow button. I don't think that I've ever mentioned in any of my videos on YouTube that people should click the subscribe button. And I believe the correct term is that if you're enjoying what you see, remember to hit that follow button.
Not all who wander are lost.
Thank you. Even though everyone should... Are you... Oh, yeah. You're doing the marketing thing for me now, Wally? See, Peps, this is why he's useful. Well, you know, Peps, I might have picked up a trick or three from watching the more experienced guys now for at least a year. Upgrade that. I need to go and put goop in my eyes again, but I'll put down these belts first. Meast? Yeah, you know, I back when I was able to work, I used to work as a web developer. That is all about stealing from others all the time. I mean, I am actually kind of amused by the fact that someone must obviously have come up with ideas for how to design stuff on web pages originally, but I think it's been a long time since someone actually invented something that I would describe as earth-shatteringly new. The last thing was probably progressive web applications, and I don't remember who did that. It was Google or something who was the masterminds behind that. But I remember the good old days of PHP and Ajax, as it was called back in the days. Okay, I'm gonna go have a little bit of artificial tears into my eyes, so I shall be back very shortly. I will leave you with this beautiful, beautiful view of the sunrise meanwhile. I had to adjust the mouse mat because apparently I have moved it with my is it called armrest on the chair? Lamp, yes, that's exactly what I used to do. All the way from the bottom up with setting up the Linux installation, installing and configuring all of the things and so forth. Wait, they are not supposed to go that way. They are, as a matter of fact, supposed to go that way. I even was hardcore enough, if you can call it something like that, that my distro of preference was Gen 2, which back in those days we didn't have 12-core CPUs like I have today, so compiling stuff manually, or rather it was automatically through the package system, but still compiling things took time. So installing a distro would be a day or two, especially if you wanted to bootstrap it from the bottom, which when you were running Gen 2, why wouldn't you? Because that was part of the deal, or part of the reason why you were using Gen 2. I think these days a distro like that is basically not really necessary. The point of doing all those steps was to get more efficient systems, and these days you have just so much power available in the computer anyways that it seems pointless. That said, I still love the package system in Gen 2. These days I just use Ubuntu or whatever is convenient to use if I need to use Linux, which is mostly for hosting headless servers for the community games. Which I guess I should mention. I mean, why not? I do have community game servers here at home that I host. I have a 750/500 fiber optic connection, so I can self-host those community games, as I also have the servers for it. One of them that was generously donated by the community, which we set that 521 concurrent players online at once in Factorio record on. That was a community donated server. So if you're interested in playing Factorio, we are currently running Factorio, Eco, and Valheim. Or I should actually say that in Norwegian, Valheim. So if anyone is interested in playing... Minecraft too, yeah. So we have 4 games running currently. We are also going to run Satisfactory when they release their headless server sometime in 2056. Yeah, we keep running community games. Yeah, I might have been a bit optimistic there. I like to be an optimist. It's a flaw, character flaw. We also have space engineers from time to time. So if you're interested in playing together with people in the community, do join the Discord server. Maybe someone would be so kind as to plug the link in the chat. Merci. That's not right. That's very crooked. That was the correct position. Okay, from here on out, I don't think I want to connect the belts because I keep clogging my inventory with crap. So the next step would be here. And I believe the height was 5? No, 6. Rather, it is 7, but... I need to build 6 of these. I think I'm gonna just remove that segment. And now for the fun part. How am I going to do this? That is the price question. These music track changes are really weird. Okay. First of all, what is the height of this? Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. That's correct. Yep. So that one needs to be 8 as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I don't think I'm going to keep it at height 8. Though if I place a lift there, it doesn't really matter all that much, because I can't use any of the lower conveyor points anyways due to the other belts. Well, I could use the level beneath the belt, but at some point I have to use a lift to get that to the correct height anyways, which will clog up the belt line. One challenge that I think I would like to set for myself in Satisfactory at some point is actually using a horizontal bus as opposed to using a vertical bus. Just having all of the belts coming in a huge line, like in Factorio. Of course, people may ask the question, why on earth would you do that? Why not? Would be my response to that. Okay, so this needs to come here, and then we need to wait for the autosave. Thank you. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can get this here. Interesting. That is exactly where I want it. And it's coming on the middle up there. So to get it on the correct one, I would want it to be there, I think. Is that the correct height? Indeed it is. Ah, these dunes. And I do need the conveyor pole here. The question though is, because I need to use a lift again, I probably don't need this there. Okay, that's gonna work. This is not correct. This is correct. And that means I don't need those. Not that they're that easy to dismantle from here. And a lift goes down to there, and I think that will connect straight to there. Yep. We need a foundation there. we continue to build... these. And that should connect it up to that little belt segment that I built there earlier. Of course, I also have to upgrade the belt that is already there, and I also need to split that. Although, do I need to split it? That is a good question, because I might want to change the recipe that I'm using up here. Because I have a coupler come in here to these machines where I'm producing wire. This is 15 to 30. Whereas if I pick the iron wire, it is 12.5 to 22.5. I definitely need to change the recipe here to iron wire. I could, of course, get that to 30 by... where are the power shards? The thing with doing that, though, is that I'm going to be... I mean, power shards are limited, whereas space is not. So I don't think I'm going to bother doing that. Can I please take that out again? That means I need to do the math on that as well. But let's get back to that when it becomes relevant. For now, I need to upgrade that belt. Which I believe I have to start with from that lift there. I'm a bit curious as to what I was thinking when I did this back in the day, when I built this. Some questions might be best left unanswered, though. That question being one of them. Okay, so I'm just going to do that for now. I don't need to upgrade that because that is a Mark III and that is what I'm using. Now we're getting to the interesting part of what the heck do I do here? I have a slight issue here, actually. If I try to place a lift there, will it clip through the floor? Okay, there's only one way to find out. That is on the main factory floor as well. So I have no idea if it clips. And now I miss my... I used to have a hypertube here, which I have since removed for some bizarre reason. Oh, it isn't the main factory floor, it is the subfloor. It absolutely has to be. I still don't understand what that chanting is. Okay, so it doesn't clip through the floor. That's good. The question remains, how the heck do I do this? I mean, I can always place a stackable conveyor pole there, and then if I go 2 out, that looks absolutely unacceptable. 1, 2, 3, 4 out then. That works. Then I can take it down. But the issue remains when I come to the end of this. That issue being that this goes into a lift over there. Does it work to place down a conveyor pole here? No, that won't work. I need to bring the lift up to that level. But I'm not sure if this is too long. It is too long. So I need to go from there and connect up to that. And then I can connect to that. So instead of, it needs to be there. And from there on out, I mean, it so far so good, but it's not going to be good very soon. Because I'm going to run into the other mess I have of belts over here. And the only reasonable way to do that is, since there's a belt coming there, there is a space underneath there that is available. How far does that work? Works all the way to here. Then stops because of the lifts taking plastic and rubber into the storage area. Although I could potentially use a lift. But the mountainside there, or cliffside, or whatever that should be called, is going to cause some issues. How am I going to do this? I mean, I could get a belt in there. But I suspect that that is going to clip into the mountain. That is very squiggly. Yeah, it's squiggly because it's the wrong height. Because it doesn't clip into the mountainside. There is actually enough space there, so that's good. However, getting from there might pose challenges all of its own. This is one of the very few places in the factory where I have belts that are not totally aligned because of the difference of an 8x1 foundation there. Which I don't remember why I ended up with, but I think it was due to the belts over there. Which just makes sense since these are straight and the squiggle happens there for height difference. But is this in any way usable? That is the big question. This is the little tree conservatory that I have left from the oasis. Nature preserve. 1, 2, 3. But does that work? I mean, there's only one way to find out. Is this the correct height? It is. At least I think it is. It is. So I can get a belt on top of each of these. I hope. The real question to that answer will come there. Yep, it is doable. It requires a lift in there, but it is doable. There we go. And then I would have to place down stackable conveyor here. Not there. That is too close. It would have to be 2, 3, 4. But I think that's wrong. That is definitely wrong. Oh gods. Okay, well... So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is 4, 5, 6, 7. Does this go through anything? No, it's too long, but it doesn't go through anything, so that's at least something. But then I can just as well place it here. And remove that. I think the other belts are connected to that one, so I can't remove the other ones. If I do that, and then I do that. This one comes... Why do I have a container here? Why on earth do I have a container full of quartz? It doesn't even make sense. Sink, please. I do not need a container full of quartz. Just completely unnecessary. And in the middle of my way. Now I need to wait for that to empty, but it shouldn't take too long with a 780 per minute. While we wait, I might just as well go pick up the car. And I need to remember to connect up that belt as well, but I don't want to do that until I'm absolutely sure that what I'm doing in there is going to be the end result. Which also brings the question, can I run a belt at that level in the refinery area, since I know I have a lot of belts, no, pipes there. Oh, the vegetation has really regrown here. It should be fine, actually. Since I, for some reason, probably due to the very same reason we are looking at now, decided to run the pipe beside the belt. So I can run the belt on top of that and get it all the way... Ah, I can get it all the way out here. How nice. This probably will end in me crashing into power pole. No. Apparently I have mad driving skills now. In other words, I should drive around more when I'm tired, because that apparently improves my skills at driving. Good night, Jonas. Have fun, you two. I will probably go to bed soon myself, to be honest. Starting to get fairly tired, but I want to complete this first. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven of 9. And then that goes there. No, it does not. I can fix that here by doing that and then that. But I cannot fix it over there. so I shall be doing this. Probably much to the horrible outrage from members of chat. Yes, Wally, I'm looking at you. Because I just cannot be bothered by doing it another way. This is simplifying my life. Might come back to haunt me though. There to there. Oh, come on, game. That one, and that one. Now for the fun part, since I'm using lifts here for everything, we need to build a stackable conveyor pole all the way up to... Is that correct? Yes. That is not correct. I've confused myself by leaving one too many of these. That should give the correct result. Yes. And then we remove these again. And leave those there as markers. And building in these conditions when there is so much stuff going on is kind of difficult. This is probably one of those situations where using the lookout tower would be beneficial, but why start now? I can tell that this is from a time where or this is from an earlier part of the base building, because this stack tower here is completely unnecessary. Yeah, the hover pack would be really good here. At least if the hover pack is usable, like you just hover up in the air and you don't have to hold spacebar or anything pressed down. If it works like that, it's going to be brilliant for building in areas like this. I moved the pipes off the bus because the pipes caused clipping inside of the bus when I did something. I don't remember exactly what. Aha. Not bad. There is one spot here that I am also clipping the belts into the side of the mountain. I don't remember where. But when I noticed I had built many belts, and I was like, okay, it's fine. We can have clipped belts. It's not going to be a problem. Okay, so I actually have a belt of copper coming out to the refinery. And it's a full belt, if I can connect that, which means that I can have... Let's see. 780 divided by 22.5 is 34.66. Belt back. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Hush. I have a train station. I can use that. It's probably going to be easier using the train station than it is to make a belt back, to be honest, even though that's also a challenge in itself. But that train station only has one cargo platform, and I think it has 2 platforms that are unused. So I can just put stacks on top of the existing stacks there that are running the pipe with oil. However, one water extractor produces 120, if I'm not remembering wrong. Which means 6.5 water extractors, unless I overclock them. I can overclock them. I'm probably going to have to revisit this math tomorrow. There's also the question of where on earth am I going to place these refineries? "35 refineries, that is a substantial amount of refineries. But I don't know, maybe one full belt of 780 of these is enough? Yes, I can overclock them to 180 using a battery. That's worth it. So 780 divided by 180 is 4.3. So I can overclock the final one with 2 power shards and use 4 water extractors. That's not bad. There's also, of course, the question of, can I use the train station? We should check that right away, since we're already here anyways. I don't remember which of these pipes carry the oil from the incoming train station, but I believe it's the ones... Yeah, it is the ones, these ones. I'm very happy with this setup here. It looks kind of cool, in my own humble opinion. So far it's not going to be a problem. Of course, it's not going to be pretty over there. Although... Oh. So there are still phasing monsters. Yep, they haven't fixed that. Why would they have? I guess I could just have the belts run up along the pipes here. And then use a lift at the top to get up the final point here. I don't have a platform though, as I thought I had. Do I have room for a platform? Ah. Not really. Which means that if I want to do that, I'm going to have to move the train station one forward. It is not such a pain when dealing with fluids as it is with if this was a platform with regular freight, as I don't have to worry about the either using the sink or the what's it called? The trash can button down here. So that's at least something, but it is not going to be... I don't even know if it's going to be more efficient. There... Why you ask such sensible questions, Dark Rogue? These questions... Everything was going so fine and nice until you asked that question. You should have saved the surprise for me. Imagine the meow in my voice when I had realized that, oh, I didn't think of that. The meow would have been real. Not that it isn't already, because I will freely admit that the meow is real now too. But, yeah, I need to have a look at that tomorrow and see whether or not I'm going to use the train station, or if I'm going to find some other creative solution by bringing a belt back. What is very probable is that the refineries are going to be I don't know if I can place 48 refineries in this area. That probably won't work. But if I can, no, I can't, because there are these belts and pipes running here. Well, I could have always adjust that pipe to get more space. But the most probable location for the refineries will be over there, behind the fuel refineries. But I don't want to build above these, and I don't think I am able to place down 48 refineries inside this square. The other thing is that I do not want to place the refineries in front of this big line of refineries. I suppose I could, though. Have them here. This is 40 refineries in one row. So I would have to add 8 more. And it's not like it's not easy enough to get water from underneath here. I would need 2 pipes. One Mark II coming up and one Mark I coming up, and then merge them somewhere around number 20. And use a valve, of course, to make sure that the water doesn't backflow. I think that will work. The big question, of course, being where am I going to take the copper sheets out? Which again brings up the very relevant matter of, wouldn't life just be that much nicer if I had drones? Alas, I do not. Which means that life is not that simple, and I will have to find a way to deal with that. I mean, it's not a problem to get the copper from here. The challenge arises at the junction where I have all the lifts. Again, I can build one more lift, because as long as the copper sheets are coming on the topmost belt, there is always room to increase the height of the contraption that I've built down there. But the challenge appears after this part of the contraption. It happens down there. So I should look at that and see if it is possible in any way to solve that. So the belt can come in there. And it can continue all the way to there. So what I could do is place down another conveyor stack here and have two parallel, which also would solve my issue here, because then I could use lifts to make this straight instead of having it being bendy. That cement belt or concrete belt there could potentially cause some trouble, but I don't think so, because I'm not going to be using that height anyways. But did the refinery recipe output as much? There is one spot there where it's... Thank you. Yeah, it's 1-to-1, so if I put in 780 copper ingots, I get out 780 copper sheets, which means I get one belt, so that works. Yeah, I think we can get around that. I don't need to do anything with the existing production of copper sheets, because that is what is going to the mall, so that's fine. There's a couple of constructors at the end of the belt here, somewhere behind all these, that are making copper sheets, and I'm using 90% of those, so those can continue to supply my need for copper sheets in building regular stuff. But having a belt of 720, 780 copper sheets coming into the base is definitely beneficial to what I'm trying to do. Just cleaning up the inventory a little bit. I should not put those in there. That one. The outlet I can put in there as well. Same with the plastic. I don't think I need 2 stacks of each of those. Well, I'm going to need a lot of them when I build the refineries, but that is for tomorrow. Did I put these things back? Yes, I did. So I want to put these in here. With the slug. I could put those in there as well. Okay, well, I think that we're going to round up for the night. I mean, it's time is only 4:06 in the morning. This is probably a good time to go to bed. My head is getting kind of woozy as well. There's been many things to consider and think about in this. Thank you. That is very much appreciated. Depending on how I feel tomorrow, I probably will stream, but at the same time, there is also the matter of both Nuts and Orgrimscar. They are both doing 24-hour streams tomorrow for different purposes. And I don't really want to potentially take away any viewers from them, but I suspect that when people do 24-hour streams, the audience will jump back and forth between streams anyways and check in every now and then. I can't imagine someone actually sitting and looking at a streamer for 24 hours in a row. Wait, is Pep still around? Because I just could imagine that now that I thought about it. It's not that I don't want to. I need to work on the factory, and based on my experience, yes, I do utter. Based on my experience with both yesterday and today, it's not really troublesome at all for me to stream. I am very surprised at how comfortable I feel with streaming. I did not expect to feel this comfortable with it at all. I mean, I've been streaming for more than 8 hours today, and if it weren't for the fact that I needed to go to bed, I probably would be streaming for an hour or two more. But I'm getting tired, so... And, you know, sleep is good, all that kind of stuff. No, I kind of suspected, Peps. Kind of suspected. Just a slight hunch. But yeah, I'm going to plug myself one more time before I end the stream and mention the fact that I need 3 more followers to qualify for the affiliate, that ever so elusive affiliate thing. So if you enjoyed the stream, I hope that you will bother clicking that little follow button, and I think we should find someone to raid. I don't think anyone of my regular channels are online. Let me just go look, because Twitch has made their dashboard in such a way that Dr. Doof is actually online. Twitch has made their dashboard in such a way that it is a heavily progressive web application. So the dashboard in Twitch still thinks that Zeely is online, and I think she's very fast asleep at this time, to be honest. But yeah, I think we're gonna go raid Dr. Doof. He's doing After Hours with Potato Aimers, Jackbox Party Packs. That is usually amusing. Let's just tune into him, and we will do a raid channel on Dr. Oof. So, thank you all so much for joining me in the stream, and I hope that you enjoyed my waffling around and struggles with belts and driving around and all the things. And I hope that I will see you again next time I stream, or in any stream that I do. Or also remember that I do have a YouTube channel. The link to the YouTube channel is basically the same as I'm here on Twitch. So I have lots of content that you can view over there as well, and I will be uploading the stream to YouTube as well. But for now, thank you all so much for joining me, and have a good time zone wherever you are, and I will see you all soon. Good night, everyone.